I moved the microphone in the wrong place. And now I have to move it back. So I think during the focus mode, I'm gonna be moving stuff around, if you don't mind. But hi, hello, good morning. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How is it going? Sorry for being late. I was just fixing the last things for the setup. Now we should be all right. Now the setup should be all right. Good morning, JJ. Good morning. The only thing that might be wrong are like the connection with the WebSocket and OBS because I did the update on that because I don't want to be normal. I need to have pain in my life. So settings, this one, apply. Let me also turn on the live on TikTok. Oh, wait, what's up? Education, go live. Let's go. We're also live on TikTok now. And I should be able to see stuff, right? Let me see. Okay, why is it... I cannot make it any... Yeah, Sag. Pure Sag. Anyway, I think... Where did the chat go? Oh, here. But how are you? How was your evening last night? How was your day? Hello. Hi, Sandro. Hello. How are you doing? Let me make it like this. So this one will have to be stretched. How are you ready for today? Are you ready for today? You know what day is today? And yesterday, because of all the all the things that were happening, I didn't tell you about things that were I didn't tell you about something very important. Wait, let me just fix something. Oh shit. Let me just fix something and I'm gonna tell you all about it. No, that did not work. I appeared in your Twitch recap. Let's go. Tag me in your stories if you do that. I'm peeking. Oh, sorry. I have to remember about that. Sorry. Forest should be already up. What the heck? Oh, because it's using this one. Oh my god. So weird. Do you like the song in the back? Okay, now it should be better. Now I should not be peeking, right? Now I should not be peeking. This one is closed. And the lighter yesterday. What is cylinder? Oh, this one is not. This is not it. Which one? Oh, the black one. I was doing some magic to have good vibes. Because if you didn't know, yes, I'm a witch. I feel like for some people this is not new. Wait, I'm just trying to... Oh, this is too small now. Do you like the music? Good morning, Hinted. Good morning, Gone Cake. Good morning, Sarah. Hi. I think that it's because I lost Sheen's bracelet and she's like a witch. She's a real witch. So I'm scared I lost her bracelet and I have no idea where it is. I have no idea where her bracelet is. Yeah, I know the emotes are on. I know the emotes are still on. I wanted to I'm gonna leave them there for a little bit so then you have the... Okay, I'm just setting up everything because I've never used Spotify like this. This one is... Oh, it's so weird. I'm just gonna keep you here, I guess, Spotify, and you stay down here. All right. Do you like the music? Do you like it? I have to establish this one as my main display settings. This one should be my... Make this my main display. Okay. All right. I'm almost done. I promise. I promise. I'm almost done. And then I give you my full undivided attention. There we go. I did install the dissipator. Okay, so yesterday I got into panic mode because I couldn't install the dissipator because the screws were too big for like the holes, so it was just going through it, right? And it was just not working. Wait, there is also something else that it's... Huh? Okay, I don't know how to do something else. It's fine. And so like I didn't know what to do because like I had no idea. Like I had no idea how to like put things inside because it couldn't fit. It just couldn't fit. In the end, it was just like I just like they were missing, like the thing that is usually in the back was missing and just fell on the other side. So once I talked to a friend and he was like, yeah, you have to open everything back up and you have to like detach the motherboard and all of that. Like, what the fuck? As soon as I opened everything and I was already doomed at thinking like, oh my god, I will have to like do all of that. When I opened it, the thing was like the back slate that is supposed to be back there came out and from the back and it was right there. So fixed. Good morning, Turisko. Hello. How are you doing, by the way, Chad? How are you? How are you today? Today we have a lot of things to do. Finally, I'm back on my computer. Everything should be like... let me open a taskbar. So like... Everything should be okay. Okay. OBS, I swear, if you do this joke to me ever again, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Wait, again? Okay, GPU is doing something weird. Sometimes it gives 100% and it goes back to 10% when using OBS. I'm kind of hating it, but I cannot wait for the... Why it goes randomly to 100? Alright. Let me open you some more space so you can have more space, I guess, GPU. Please chill. Don't get onto 100% for no reason. Thank you. Weird. Well, this CPU is not heated. Oh my god, I'm gonna hate this. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be very, very fun. Nice. Hey, good morning, Waro. Good morning. Comic! Oh, don't know. I don't know if I open OBS as administrator after the update. Well, we will see. Listen, we will see. I'm so tired of this. But, Comic, thank you so much for the 18 months. I appreciate you so much for everything. Thank you for being here, really. I think that during the next tomato, I'm gonna have to fix the microphone because right now it's right here. I have to put it right there. I have to switch a little bit some things. But apart from that, it's okay. Why mute Arya? How is the PC? I hope it's good. I hope it's good. Let me just see something. Run this program as administrator. No, yeah, I should have run it as administrator. Yes. The new setup with the new monitor is working very well, actually. Like, I really like it. I really, really like it. I just have to, like, try it now. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be... We will see, alright? We will see. Anyway... Copy. He doesn't like the copy. Anyway. I don't know if you answered me, but I was wondering what book is the white near in the... Oh, this one? Don't fucking buy it. Listen to me, don't buy it. I can suggest you many other books, not this one, alright? Don't buy this book. And I'm not doing reverse thought, blah, blah, blah. No! don't get this book. All right? No. It's not like a bad book, but it's like there's so many better books. By the way, I feel like to update you, I feel like I'm in the mood where I want to be better. Like this morning, I didn't open TikTok. And actually, I have an announcement. I uninstalled TikTok from my phone. I uninstalled TikTok from my phone. Thank you. Like, it might be stupid to you, but I felt like I was getting very much addicted to it. Like, every time that I could, I was using that to just be on TikTok, and it's not healthy. So, we share the same brain cell? Ari, did you also uninstall TikTok? Did you also? Ari, did you for real? You uninstalled it 4 days ago? Okay, Ari, let's push together towards not having TikTok. Anyone else feels like they're addicted to it, we're gonna do like a challenge. We're gonna stay as long as possible. Like, I'm not gonna be without TikTok because I feel like I will be using it, but I will be using it more like intentionally. So like, you're the opposite, addicted to it? Too well programmed. Yes, I know, I agree. So like, what I will be doing is I will be since I still feel like I should have it like for content purposes, but I'm not. Yes, today is DJ day too. I'm not really doing content anymore on TikTok anymore. Like I don't have the brain power right now to do that. I will find it very soon. I will find the mental stability to do that really soon. But by the way, you have to pull out. You're on drugs on Instagram? Shit. So I think that I will be still have TikTok, right? I'll still have TikTok, and I will have it like on my iPad, and I will be using it only like during the like when I want to, like when I decide like I'm gonna do some content. When I'm actually doing content, then I will be watching TikTok like 20 minutes a day just to see what are the trends, just to not be out of it, you know? Hans Zimmer option? Shit, I didn't put it. Oh, next round, okay? I have a quote for you from a book I hope you like. Do what you wish. Strive for the best outcome. Even if you tear yourself apart, because most people will continue doing the same things, expecting change. What? Strive for your best outcome. Even if you tear yourself apart, don't tear yourself apart. Don't fucking tear yourself apart. Hi Gaetano, hello. Thank you for helping me out with the dissipator. Really appreciate you. What do you mean can show? Oh yeah, I know. That it's controlled. I have to. We're not gonna remove it. I'm gonna be fixing the. How was I called? What was I saying? It's a WebSocket issue right now. So I would have to like install a new WebSocket to OBS so then mods can do all those things that you're used to it. Bingo Bongo, hi. Hi Nico, hello. What's up today? Today we have music. So you can choose the music that you want for today. We have the first stream with the full capacity computer. Should be alright. We will see. I'm stretching. Good cue. When Dumbo's games? Dumbo's games I have to check out with other people. Oh, that was my neck. Like you're trying to scare me. That did not work. I have to check on other people, like the people that actually decide to join and all of that. I have to like make it sure that there's gonna be enough people. I have to be honest, it got a bit scared. Mr. Yes, I got you. I got a little bit scared when I got ditched by someone like the 30 minutes before the stream. And I don't want to blame them, like it can happen to everyone. So I have to find like a line, like a waiting list. So if someone else wants to join the Dumbo's games, then people can like join, like they can take their place. This is the place. This is the books, by the way. I just have to find. Today, yeah, okay, listen. I was so excited to see like the finals between Croatia and Morocco, but I guess we have Argentina, and we will see who. We will see who. Anyway, are we ready for today? Shall we start? What are we gonna be listening to? Start you? Oh my god, there's things that didn't even get a vote? What the heck? What's going on? Chat, did you know that if you type in chat a number between 1 and 9, you will be voting for the music in the next break? I haven't done the story. You are very much right. I haven't done the story on Instagram. I will also be doing that. Chat, I love you today. Just today, though. What do you mean just today? You love them every day. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. Let me also remove this. Anyway. Chat, shall we start? Shall we start with Stardew Valley? I guess that's what we get today. Today we are getting Stardew Valley as the first music. Let me put this one here. Did you make a playlist? Yes, there we go. You have failed? Chat has kind of failed. Who do I support? I'm supporting the underdogs, Superio. So I will be supporting the Moroccans. Moroccans. Kaza, shut up. Shut up. Okay. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Where is... Oh, here. Be good, everyone. Hello. Welcome back. What do you mean it's a scam break? Shut up. It is not. Welcome back, people. How are you doing? How is it going? How are you feeling? How is this beautiful day? My mom. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, good to know. Hello. I'm doing good. How are you doing? I think in the next break I'm gonna get a coffee. Oh, I should get lunch, not a coffee. It's also already 1 p.m. Wait, let me start the new music. That was big music. Quality is down from there. Oh, shut up. Well, Arya, you know how you could choose the music for the stream. Arya, you know exactly how you could choose that. By the way, Liro, thank you so fucking much for the 80 roses on TikTok. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for that. Let me... Final Fantasy. There we go. We got new music. It sounds like your phone ringing. No, it is not. It is not. Now we can choose something good. I mean, wait, where is Arya's answer? Did she answer? She did not. She hid. Okay, keep hiding, Arya. You know, actually, like, chat later. I will have at 2. I have to be to a place which is not too far where I am right now. So I was thinking about leaving you with Pera and maybe my mate for like 20 minutes, I think, something like that. But then I thought, what if we had an addiction to our stream and have a new streamer in town, right? Like a new person that could like help you to stay focused and all of that. And I thought about Arya. But her thoughts are her camera quality is not that good. I know, I also agree with Arya, but she says that her camera quality is not that good. I agree with you, we don't care, but apparently she does, and I don't know how to do to not have her caring about it, chat. What do you think? We don't care, we want Arya? Nobody cares about camera quality. Remember how I started streaming, Ari? "2013 camera, let's go." I'm putting her on a spotlight so she cannot say no, and if she says no, it's like she has to say no to many people, not just me. It is time. 2013 camera is still better than no camera, I agree. Arya and Pera collab? Yeah, I can actually find if like there is Pera, I can put Arya and then Pera there. So you will have Pera. Oh, nice. Ari, you have one more tomato to think about it, okay? I'll give you one more tomato to think about it. Sorry, I'm stretch. Oh my god, I need to stretch. Let's give her like love. Let's not like push her too much, you know? Like, let's not be too mean, but how can I guarantee Pera? I cannot guarantee Pera, but I can try. I do need coffee. I started with a true potato cam, starting from the laptop cam. Don't ruin your life, Arya. As you want, Ari. Just saying that people are saying that they don't care. So if it's that is your issue. Did you saw your Twitch? Yes, I saw it, Kanka. Can my mom stream? No, I'm gonna actually need her with me. But I will do a better job. You know, but I'm gonna tell you soon what it is about, but I don't want to jinx it for now. I want to see what it is. You might already understood, but don't say it in chat. Don't say it in chat if you understood, okay? Floyd stream, I could actually get to see if I can get Pera here, you know? Leah! I have to do something for my hair, by the way. Leah, thank you so much! Thank you for the 13 months. Thank you for the prime, Leah. I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you so much. I Secret. You're welcome back. Leah Sauce. By the way, I love the change of nickname. I really like it. Leo, Kiro. I love when you use your weird O's. I really do. But that is the idea. But and then also, chat, another thing. Next. Winning? What the fuck? Oh, Final Fantasy is not winning? No, it is not. Next Tuesday, I will be at the offices of MSI doing in real life on Twitch. And I want to know, like, what are you interested about from to know from them? I definitely want to have, like, a discussion about hardware and all of that. But another way that you can... like, help me, like, the MSI, yes, the MSI, the brand, like, the MSI, it's gonna be the MSI in Italy, we're gonna go there, yes, next Tuesday, and I'm gonna go there, we're gonna go working around, we're gonna be looking around, maybe we can do, like, tomatoes there, I don't know how it works, but for sure we're gonna have, like, a full-on conversation with someone that is working there, and they can help us, like, to have any questions, you know? It will not be in Italian, it will be in English. How to approach your first build as a Dumbo newbie. Okay, I agree. So I want to test something out. So if you do exclamation mark schedule there, okay, you can see the schedule that I have for the next weeks. Okay, and what will be lovely, and it's a huge way of supporting me, if you do your account using that link over there, the Study Time 8, that one, if you use that link to create a Notion account, then you can go on my schedule and comment anything that you want there. Asier! Asier, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. So, if you create your account using my link, and then you go on schedule, you already have an account, it's fine. If you already have an account, that's fine. If you don't need another one. But then you can go over there. Leah, shut up. Leah, shut up. Yeah, thank you so much for the gifted one. Stop it. Go back to work. Julie. Okay, I got you, Julie. Just create the account and go on my schedule and comment. Especially if you... I think that... Try it out. I want to see if you can comment anything. I want to see how it works. I want to see if you can give me tips on stuff and, like, comment on different things. I also want to see if you can go into the live from MSI offices and you can comment there already. But anyway, Julie has a very beautiful question. Yeah, time for a train. Oh. Julie has a beautiful question, chat, and I know that you are lovely, so please, let's help her out. She's asking, have you ever struggled in going outside, even when you wanted to do something that was good for you? Those days are really tough. I'm stuck in my house. Yeah. I've been there. I've generally been there, Julie. And I'm sorry if you're finding yourself right there now. What helped me personally was not forcing myself to go out, because then I was putting a lot of, like, pressure on myself to go out. Maybe mostly because, like, I felt like I had to wanted to go out, right? If you're stuck at home, maybe instead of, like, what I'm still saying from my perspective, I'm no therapist, no nothing, but something that I can suggest you to do that helped me out is to either, like, understand what works better for you. Like, if you are that kind of person that works on, like don't like to go on walks randomly, generally doesn't like to go on walks randomly, give yourself a goal. Like, I'm gonna go out and have fucking breakfast because I love to have breakfast. I'm just gonna go get that croissant. Or, like, I'm just gonna go out and go to that shop to buy that specific thing. Or I'm gonna go in that park and I'm gonna sit to that. Like, go with a specific goal, even if it's super small, and then come back. But if instead going into a specific shop, seeing people is stressing you, just think about like go out, walk around your neighborhood, and then come back home. That's it. Just the time of your favorite music. Just the time of you put your favorite song in your earphones. You get out and you just don't think about it. Just go out. Okay, I'm from Italy. Where are you from? Nature walks by the river and it inspired me to get keeping seeing duckies. Yeah. Like try to understand what could help you out, Julie. I hope you get better. I generally do so. All right. Let us all know how is it going. How are you feeling? What's up? If you went out, if you need any help, if you want to be on a call while you go out, if you want to be on a call while you walk outside because maybe that distracts you from being outside, let us know, okay? For real. Oh, thank you, Julie, for being here. Anyway, but not going out ain't bad. I'm not bad, yeah, that's for sure. So you can go out with us. Yes, true, true. Oh, find someone to go out with. Ghost train? Oh, I think so. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, chat, let's go back to work, okay? Juliet, keep us updated, alright? I have a strange accent, it's Italian. Oh, Leah, sweet baby. Send me the picture. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Oh, Pepperwood AJ. Pepperwood, thank you so much for 5 months. I'll check in with you later, people, okay? Be good. Thank you for the pride, Pepperwood. Hello. Welcome to the break. How are you doing? How is it going? Hello. Hello, hello. Hello also to the people from TikTok. How is you doing? Did I? Oh my god, I keep doing that and I keep... So dumb. Wait, I can actually put it here so then I will never remove it from the chat. How are y'all doing, people? How is it going? How did you like this music for this tomato? Oh, it's gonna be a pain. Let me remove Stardew and let me add Hans Zimmer. And no, we just played Hans Zimmer, didn't we? Yeah, we just did. Oh shit. Okay, I'm becoming old. There we go. Wait, Spiky, really? That's good. That's really good. Compliments for what? For your pronunciation? That's beautiful. What do you mean the word dessert has a lot of meaning? By the way, was anyone able to join Notion and look at the how's it called? And try to comment stuff? 30 pomodoros? I don't think so. Sorry if I'm eating also while talking to you, chat. But I have to leave in like... After this break, I have to go to a place for like 20 minutes. And I'll be just... I'm gonna leave you here with Pet. I'm gonna go find her and have her here, stay here. But... There's no time. Written on the meaning is different. Wait, what? Really? It's on the schedule. Oh, Ari, no. Ari did not accept. Ari did not accept. No, this is chicken. This is actually chicken. Like roasted chicken. I hate you. I don't know. I mean, maybe, most probably. No Aryatam. I'm sorry. Where's the sauce and seasoning? There's neither sauce nor seasoning in this. It's like a very plain chicken with nothing. Just oil. Can we have... I'm gonna try to find better. But... am I gonna offer you something for the future? What if... Well, some friends asked me to go skiing. I don't ski. But I was thinking, what if on the 27th I go ski? So no stream. But on the 28th, since I will be dead, on the 28th, I will be doing pomos in the snow. Would that interest you? We can find like a cool place to stay. And I'll stay there and I'll read a book and we do pomos from there. And then we walk around also. Just come on the 28th. What the fuck? If Pin says sleeping is the best option, go sleep. What do you mean? Oh, then I just come to this. I'm gonna try my hardest. I swear. Will I sit outside on a mountain? No, I will not. No, I will not. You have something to do on the 28th, but you cannot remember? Really? I'm not gonna be sitting in the snow. It means like I'm gonna be surrounded by the snow. Am I going to Dutch? to touch. Need to update your calendar? Go for it. Go for it. I'm using Notion and Akiflow together to stay updated with everything that I have to do. Nico! Rico, thank you so much for the misclick. Thank you for it. What if there is no snow? I'm more scared if there is no connection. By the way, Rico, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you for the 2 months. I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm trying to find a place that is not too expensive, not too full right now. I mean, that period is gonna be everywhere. It's gonna be full, right? I'm not gonna sit in the snow. Shut up. Why not recording you falling while trying to ski? I'm not gonna try to ski. I'm gonna try to snowboard, which is maybe worse. I'm gonna most probably die. I will sit on the snow on 27 for sure because I'm gonna keep falling down. Yeah. Pomos while snowboarding. Do you want to talk about the Lord of the Rings marathon? I think that listen. As I take these goals as like understanding if you like them. I think that you don't like Lord of the Rings. I think that is not something that we want to do. So, what if we change it? This one. You do? That it is what it means. Listen, when I had what was it? When I had the one about going to France, it exploded. That was the way of understanding that you like it. That's how I understood you liked it. When I had like trust what? What? That's what I'm saying. What if? Like if I put here bungee jumping, I'm sure it's gonna skyrocket. I'm not gonna put it. Not gonna put it. Sure, I've been some days off. You're right. You're right, Cami. Actually, you're kind of right. What if I lower the what if I lower than the goal? We put it back to 1,000. Let's find out. What if I lower to 1K? Yeah, 1K. Okay, I agree. And this is because I've been off. You're right. I've been. It's a clearer number, yeah. Where is it? I agree. I agree. I agree. There we go. Dave. Done. Not 1K bungee jumping. Marathon and the bungee jumping? What the fuck? No, it's not bungee jumping. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. I have to go, so you will not see me here for a little bit, but I'll be back in like I think 20 minutes top. All right. I'll check in with skydiving. No, it is. Shut up. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Okay. Be good, everyone. Bye. Welcome to the break. Hi. Hello. How are you doing? How is it going? How are you feeling, people? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Thank you for welcoming back. Wait, let me start the poll again. Sorry if I missed out. Sorry if I left you. Sorry. Sorry. But I'm here. I'm here. We will see. We will see. What will I tell you? Oh, wait. We have this one. I fucked it up. Beta Mike. Beta Mike, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much for that. Thank you for it. Hello, Paludir. Hello. Wait, let me... 30 minus 8. 22. One more 8. One more. Come on. There we go. Well, let me also welcome the people. Hello also to everyone from TikTok. Hi. Take a little bit of a break if you can right now. Join us in resting for the rest of the 5 minutes. And if you want to join us on Discord, if you want to join us on Twitch, that's where you can type the numbers to choose the music that you can listen to in the next break. It is this one. Come on, it's alright. Control 0. Control 0. Let's go. I uninstalled TikTok, but TikTok is like, I'm using TikTok live thing from here, from the computer. Bedroom! Bedroom, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. The sound is a bit off, is it? Is it again to be a bit off? Thank you so much, Bedroom, for the 4 months. I appreciate you.
Hello.
Alright. Should be alright? Okay. Are you voting on the music? Are you voting on what we can listen to? Oh, do you want jazz next? Do you want jazz? Oh, Goofy! I disappeared entire promo, so easy math test. So we have 4 plus 2, it's 6. Thank you for that. Goofy, thank you. Thank you for the 7 months with the Prime. Welcome back. Thank you for the support. Happy to be here. Christmas Lo-Fi, would you like that?
You disappeared for an entire promo, so an easy math test. 2 plus 2 times 2?
Goobers? What does... Is that a bad word, Jalford? Is that a bad word? Am I saying bad things? Hi, Lima, you're telling me to say bad things? No, it's okay. What does goobers means? Christmas Lo-Fi will be good. We can add it for the next tomato. Next tomato, oh, like Dumbo? Okay. Oh, I think that my nail is breaking. I'm gonna put Christmas Lo-Fi in the next selection of songs. Is that okay? We can have that one for the next selection. I tried to put Chupera here during the time that I was away, but she ignored us entirely. Entirely. Nail bent like iPad. It's not bent. It's just. Let me show you what happens when they get too long. When they get too. Stop focusing on the tree. Focus on the nail. Come on. Here. Here. Camera. Okay. I don't know if you can see it there. There's like a little bit of like, it's. Anyway. You wanted Aya to replace me? Same! But she didn't want to. So it's, she doesn't want you. It's not my fault. Like little puppies? Okay, hi. I'm sorry. I just get trolled very much. And I'm very scared of words that I don't know. But happy to be here, Hylam. How are you? What are you working on today? Could you see it? Dust under those nails? There's not dust. Yeah, don't forget to hydrate. Pera better than Are, better than G. These are they're natural. Like under there's natural, but then they put gel on it to make them stronger. Otherwise they will all the time. Pera stream. I would love to give you a Pera stream, but she doesn't want to be here. So again, she doesn't want you. Not my fault. I will make you feel sad because of this. Pera is too busy. Pera is not. Pera is not busy. Pera has nothing to do the entire day. She's definitely not busy. She's just a damble. But you know what you could do to be less busy? Just get NordVPN. Like, I swear, soon we will make a little conversation about NordVPN. I promise. But just know, like, you already know what NordVPN does. I will also remind you later soon. But if you use my link, that will be very much appreciated. Plus, you're supporting me and you're getting a discount for 4 months. Like 4 months you get for free. Is a VPN actually useful? It depends for what. If you think like a VPN will save you from all the bad things and you will not need an antivirus anymore, nothing like that. No, that's, you know better than I do. But if it's like when I'm away from home and I'm like in a bar, or like, you know that I do streams from anywhere and like I work very often from very different places, I usually use that in those situations when I'm like away. Like especially like, imagine the Wi-Fi in an airport. I'm so fucking scared about that. So that's the situation that I use it for. Then there's also another situation that you could use it for. I definitely never used it because if I used it, that would be maybe some kind of fraud, but I've never. I heard people, not me. I heard people, not me. They use it for like if you want to watch, if you're watching like a movie with a friend and the friend is like in another country, you know you can do like team party, like you can do like watch party on Netflix. But if you don't have the same Netflix, like same country Netflix, you're not gonna watch it. So people could be using that for those situations. Also, like if you want to watch something that is not in your country anymore, you could use that for it. Like, I mean, I've never, but you could. Yeah. Find me a wife and we will call it even. I will shift the energy back into humans actually have a choice, even though they don't. Oh no, Heglum, I thought you were a nice person. What the fuck was that? You know? No one ever does that. No. No one ever. It just... And Paramount in the USA costs €5. You know, I would definitely not use a VPN for these kind of reasons. Wink, wink. So if you're thinking about it, I'd love you to use my link right over there, so you can get also like discounts. All right. Anyway. Yeah, it's all like gag. Yes. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Shall we go back to work? Shall we go back to being productive? Is that alright? What? A friend of mine in South Korea uses it so we can play together. Oh, so VPN is good. VPN is really good. Yes. Okay, people. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Hi. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. I swear, I'm loving the new emotes. I'm loving all the new things. I don't know how I used to do it without it. I have no idea. But hi. Hello, people. How are y'all doing? How is it going? Welcome back to the break. I love the lurk time. But shouldn't like lurk time be like me leaving? Like, shouldn't be like, and I stay under the desk like this and just look at it? Yes, I can see that. I can see that. Linger, linger, linger. Thank you so much for that. Linger, thank you so much for 9 months. It's a baby. It's a baby. It's a baby. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Thank you for being back here. Oh, Ripcore, I read that you did the SQL murder case. How was it? Did you have fun? Did you like it? Yeah, it's more like an arrive emote than a lurk mode. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Oh, wait. Is that something that it's... Oh, they're different. Oh. Rua, you know way too many 7TV. You know way too many 7TV emotes. You know way too many. We'll work on that. I got you. Tell me if you need me to do something. But I feel like it's better if they come natural, right? If they get to be organic ones. It was fun. Took me like an hour because I tried getting fancy with my queries. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, Simone, if you do LinkedIn, exclamation mark LinkedIn, you get to know what I did. All of my past, all of my academic background. Hi, Gadget. Hello, hello. How are you doing? I don't remember anyway. Thank you for appreciating my maglioncino. I appreciate you for appreciating my maglioncino. Have I revealed anything? No, I haven't, JJ. No, nessun problema. Simone, fai punto esclamativo LinkedIn. Te l'hanno fatto anche in chat. Se guardi quel link lì hai tutto il mio background accademico. Sorry if I answer to you in English, but then... Scusa ti rispondo in inglese, ma così almeno le persone capiscono cosa sta succedendo. What is that bit emote? Put a stare? They're too... Oh my god, I want all of them though as sub emotes. I want all of them as sub emotes. How do I do that? By the way, I think that tomorrow I might gonna join, like, I was in a call for a project that I'll tell you about in the next days for sure. It's for the project about the job board and all of that. It's a big project in the end. But I was in a call with someone that they said that they're gonna be participating in like in a meet-up of a networking association, and it looks... I don't know. I want to be part of more of these things, so then I can also tell you about these things. Plus, I think that going to this kind of activities, it's so good for like learning more and getting more like visuals of like what I could be doing, like ideas. I don't know if that makes sense. Does it? By the way, we don't have any more slots for the emotes. Oh. Do you want to know something? This is... Okay, listen up. Really important for me to understand that I'm not asking you for it. I'm just providing to you an information. All right? Do we all agree that whatever it is, I'm just going to give you an information? I don't need you to do anything. Any primers? Okay, primers, it's okay. Nothing more. All right? Hi, Selva. Hello. Okay, we agree? We agree? All right. We are agreeing. Okay. Apparently, I forgot about this because I haven't been thinking about it for a while. The more subscriber points you get, like once you get to a subscriber points value, you unlock slots for emotes. Apparently, we have the next goal is 1,400. And it is not the same as the number of subs. This is really important. It's different. Like, to let you understand, right now we have 896 subs, but the subscriber points is like 958, because like tier 3 subs counts more points, something like that. So that is the idea. All right, so like if we get to 1,400, we have one more slot, which is far away, so fucking away. So let's not even think about it. Just giving you this information. Got it? Got it. Nice. Good. Moving on. This is just for the future. If we will ever get there, I'll put another emote as you want, like whatever you want, for sure. But should I change some of the subs? Like, I don't like the ones that are like not with my face, like the love, the rip, the lol, the badass. I don't like them because they're not stupid enough. And also the time's up. We have the ding dong. I don't think that we care about the time's up. I don't think that you will ever use it in another stream, right? I didn't add the Christmas lo-fi. I'm sorry. It happens, Kotpa. It happens. If someone goes crazy a day, the month after, the subs count goes lower. That's the point. So don't go crazy. That's the entire idea behind it.
That's a fresh one.
No one! Fresh out of the box. No one! No one. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome in chat. Give them snips. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Don't be scared about the snips. We just like you very much. Yeah. Did I heard the tattoo? It is not real. It's a fake one. It's slowly going away. It's like actually going way too slowly away. I have to be honest. Stop trying to be Lapo. Shut up. One more person gets scammed. Shut up, Ari. No one. I really appreciate you for being here. My last final of college the next couple of days. Ooh, good luck. Good luck. If you come closer while you sniff the mix, it could become an emote. If I'll come closer? What do you mean? Closer to you? I'm doing good, Sparky. How are you doing? I thought it was real. Wanted to ask a while ago. Oh. Simpson! Simpson, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much for that. Thank you for it. One more person gets scammed. You can say it out loud. What do you mean? You can see panettone in my nose? Just doing your part for the emotes. Oh. Yes, we should go back to work. You're right, Satwa. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. If you need anything, just let me know. Let everyone else in the community know. Okay. Panettone equal caca. I got that. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. What's up, Dumbos? Welcome back to the break. I fucking love your organic house. I so much love it. It's just the vibe. It's just the vibe. Ooh. Christmas lo-fi. Okay, I got you. I'm gonna remove Chiva Hop. We always hear that one. Orchestra and classic are almost the same, and then I'm gonna put Christmas. I'm gonna do something. Listen, you might not gonna agree, which is normal. You never agree with me, but what if I keep organic house in there and just blindly disagree in chat? Yes. And I put as amount of votes 20. I put 20 as amount of votes. So you have to go there and spam. And if you are a... Oh, wait. Maybe that doesn't... Maybe it's not the best. Because if you're a sub, then it means that you have 40. Like your votes counts 40. Yes, and click. Yep. Do you think that... What do you think about it? Is it good or bad? You like it? I'm so good with math. I am. I'm really good with math. Quick math. Listen, you know what? Let's try. Okay? Are you ready? Let's go. So, a way to like you can do it so that you don't spam. You cannot spam. If you spam, you get mentioned. You cannot spam, right? So what you can do is like you can write letters and the number. If it catches it, even if you're writing three things before and after, so you can put a number and an emote and a number, all of that you can change like that. Kana, thank you so much. Wait, Hans, did I say thank you? Hans, I didn't see that. Hans, I'm so sorry I didn't see that. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I'm so sorry. Hans, thank you so much for the 3 months with the Prime, and Kana, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very, very much. Okay. Let's go. Let's spam. Let's see the spamming situation. Oh, the bot is going crazy. Plus, you can also choose like different ones. So you have like 20 choices. And you could choose 20 like different. Like, you can vote all of them if you wanted to, you know? Different? Are you gonna go for different? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, as long as you put different things, you're allowed to put things. You can put as Anissa did. You can and then the number exactly. That's what some people are doing. Mods, don't ban the spammers, please. But no, don't repeat. Like, if you repeat the number like 333 altogether without space, it's not gonna get it right. You know what was this? I thought this was going to be like a good way to have newbies typing in chat. So if you haven't write any message ever, for sure, now I'm not gonna get it. Now I'm not gonna see it. So if you're scared about writing something because then I will see you, you just do it now. So then I will not put you on a spotlight later. You just have to type in chat a number between 1 and 5. 1 is for classic, 2 is for beats, 3 is for organic house, 4 is Lord of the Rings, 5 is Christmas lo-fi. So you have 20 votes, so keep typing, keep putting the number. All of that. There we go. You got it. You got it. Mama. Oh, Kami. Kami? Okay, my friend just sent me like 2 minutes voice message. I love her, but what the fuck? HU with what's up, web? Yes, that was me. Sorry, that was my message. Sorry if that disturbed anyone. 2 minutes. You hate voice messages? I don't like. I like it so then I can do my things while hearing that. But at the same time, like I like to hear her. Like I like to send them. So I sent 10 minutes. Oh my god, you're illegal. At that point, Kira, just give me a call. If you're doing a 10 minutes, if you find yourself doing a 10 minutes voice message, just call me. Just straight up call me. What's the point of doing 10 minutes one? That's a podcast. That's true. That is a podcast. What if your friends is on holiday? Exactly. If they're on holiday, should be wanting to be in a call with you. Oh, no. Okay, no. Group messages with like only voice messages? No, I don't like it. And also voice messages on Instagram. They are the worst. They are the worst, for real. Because you cannot like put them faster, like and not that. But at least on Instagram, there's a maximum of 1 minute. But then there's people that send like 5 minutes, five voice messages of 1 minute. Like, bro, I can just. You've never sent a voice message? Why? Super inconvenient if you're attending a lecture. True. To friends that like want them. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I feel like from Cami, my best friend, I would like to have like a 5 minutes voice message if she's talking to me about something that is happening in her life. So I can have my own podcast, you know? I have my own podcast of her. I just put it there, I do my own stuff while hearing her podcast. Her telling me stuff. I actually saw on TikTok, which I'm not using anymore for like today. I saw like, I love private podcasts. Yeah, I saw like someone was doing like sending to their friends private podcasts, right? So they were like sending each other 10 minutes and they were telling everything that was happening and all of that and just having your own conversation and then people will hear that. That's a cute one. You feel allowed to answer me with a voice message. If I send you a voice message, you feel allowed to answer with me to a voice message. Yeah, that's the whole point. Sometimes I prefer that. Like, sometimes I prefer to send those because I cannot explain by words what I mean. By the way, did you use all of your 20 votes? Did you use all of them? I've seen that with PowerPoint. PowerPoint presentation is so cool. I was thinking about having like one night. By the way, with the mods, it's not Telegram group, right? No, Kana, no. We have Discord. You can join us on Discord. It's for free, open to everyone. I was just saying, like, with the mods, we were thinking about having like how is it called? A drinking night. 3 do subs have 40 votes. Yes, not 40. You have 20 votes, but your votes counts double. We were thinking about having like a drinking night on Discord, and that will be open only for like 18 plus people. Let me wait for this one to go after I talked about what I was talking about, because this will be clipped and it will be yes, NordVPN. Let's go. Beautiful. Get that. Now, I cannot drink. I know I cannot drink, but we can get on Discord. I would have to limit that on subscribers, not because I want to be mean, but that's because it's easier. So we are over there and it's easier to see if there's like underage people. You don't think that there are many under 18 people? Well, maybe you did not know, but one of our mods is underage. Oh, Emer, oh fucking hell, Emer, no. What? Thank you for the 7 months, but this is what, if you're wondering why am I saying no, I hope the music covers it. One of our mods is underage, yeah. Yeah, it's Arya. Arya is the underage one. Arya is underage, actually, chat, so... I mean, it's okay. Actually, Arya, I don't think you can stream. If you're too small, you cannot stream it. You cannot. No, it's fine. It's not Arya. I hate you. I love you. I love you, Ari. You love me too. This is Frutames. Arya rage quit. I'm talking about Chalford. Yes, child labor. I'm in a meeting. No worries, Chalford. Don't worry. It's okay. No, don't look at us. Don't tag the Chalford. If you look at the Discord study room, today is near full. Really? That is lovely. I love that you're having like your own spot. If you didn't know, we have Discord also that is open to everyone, alright? If you're feeling that this is being useful for you, maybe also Discord is helpful for you. Because there's people studying and working over there. Some of them keep their cam on, some of them don't. But for sure the microphones are off. So you can go there and study with other people. And that's where we also do sometimes events and all of that. Like also that's where we will be doing the drinking night together. I was thinking around like I'm gonna put it on Notion. I'm gonna tell you soon where it is gonna be, but I was thinking during the holidays. So like maybe in January we can have some, like usually people go back to work like on the 2nd, but they're kind of chill until the weekend, right? And like so it could be maybe on the 8th night, on the January 8th. We could have like us. Or it could be before the end of the year. It could also be... Oh, there's not many weekends left. The next weekend, like it will be 25th night. You know? I did not decide the new day for the trivia because I feel sorry about telling people again if they want to join. I have to do that though. I have to get rid of that anxiety. They can tell me no, right? People, if they don't want to, they just say no. What is Ascanio Day? You love a good drinking night? Yes. Yes. We will see. We will see how to figure that out, okay? Anyway, let's go back to work. Christmas lo-fi for the win, I guess. Let me see if there is something. Christmas lo-fi. A Merry Lo-Fi Christmas. Okay. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Okay? No Mariah Carey. It's just lo-fi. A bit sad drinking at home. Yeah, but that's what we got used to, right, Dilo? We got used to it. Anyway, people, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Welcome to the break. Hi. How are y'all doing? How's it going? How are you feeling today? How is it? How is your mood? We're back to 900? We're back to 900? Let's go. We're back to 900. Fair. You're right. I feel empty. When? What's happening? Mood 98? Let's go. Let's go. Good morning, Demi. How are you doing? How are you doing for the TikTok chat? How is it going? Work issues? Shit. Hi, Georgina. Hi. Isn't that everything with 7TV? No, not really. Not really, unfortunately. Oh, you need to hug someone, Kara. You cannot hide, like, hug no one. That's how the command works. Anyway, mood 50? Only 50? Yeah, chat, let's do this. Let's do the exclamation mark. Do exclamation mark mood. And then you write a number between 1 and 100 to say, how is your mood today? Akraf, hi, welcome back. I made your belly. Oh, in the puzzle. Okay. She was hugging you? Okay, sorry, Mata. I'm not even checking your data. I'm not even checking them. I want to create like an app for all of us to be good, you know? But, what was I going to say? Can I be honest, chat? I know we're missing 9 out of the goal of subs. But what if we go for an illegal one? I did skip one, right? Shall we have like an illegal one? Shall we have an illegal one? I do have a call at 6. So maybe we can take a longer break now. Let's take a longer break now. So then we can go for the last one. Okay, is that alright? DGM, why? DGM, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Holy fucking shit. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. DGM, thank you for that. Thank you. Holy heck. How are you doing? What's up? Why are you providing us with that? Why are you providing us with the... Oh, wait. We also have to vote for music. I think we're gonna put all the music back in. Let me remove... Wait, hold on. Wait, Karen, why? Wait, why? Oh, it's not illegal anymore? Now it's legal? Shit. Shit! Chat, if we're having one more promo, you can say thank you to Coran and DGM. It's not like I wanted to do one more. So like, just because they got us to the goal, we're having that, right? Just... Shit. Oh, Danielle streams. Hi, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, nice to meet you. Holy no, chat, no! No, we got to the goal. We got to the goal. Onorm. Now it's even more legal. Onorm, thank you so... Onorm, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the 5 gifted ones. Hi, Raiders. Nice to have you all here. You got here to the right moment. We're gonna have one more tomato. And also, we're spinning a wheel. We're on a level 4 of a hype train. What the fuck? Chat. I know I keep hearing the voices in my head. Coran, DGM, and Onurma, thank you so much. Well, we do have the wheel. Like, I just have to do it by myself. Wait. Like this. If you don't know what the wheel is, it's like this beautiful wheel with... a lot of very cool prices. To Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis. Let me see what it says. Shit, you're lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 1 Nice, 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 nice. Next break, we're gonna be having a little bit of a stretch. We're gonna do some stretch on the chair. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. That is healthy. That is good. That is good for everyone. By the way, hi Raiders. Danielle, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a good stream, and welcome in Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm G. Nice to meet you. Here we do co-working stream. I'm gonna be silent in a few seconds for like 45 minutes. And we are gonna be chilling and working on whatever we have to be working on, and that's it. But for now, we're having a little bit of a longer break. Just because later I'll have a meeting and it's gonna be the last minute of the day. Is that alright for everyone? At least it's not story time. Aren't you happy, chat? Aren't you happy? By the way, Onum, Karan, DJM, thank you so much again for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. Wait, why? Why do you want to burn the book? I'm gonna buy another one. From annoying to healthy activities. Shut up. Shut up. You're generally never happy, chat. You're never happy for real. Oh, Danielle, thank you so much. That's appreciated. You're nice. You're really nice. You sweetest childess. Oh, man. Thank you. Anyway, wait, we have to vote. In the one before, we had 20 votes per person. Do you want to go again for 20? Did you like to have 20 votes? Or do you want to go back to having 2 votes? If you don't know what I'm asking because you're new, on Wednesdays, we have, people can choose the music. You can choose the music. I might need sugar. What? Only 2 votes? You prefer to have only 2 votes? Anyway, you can vote what you want for music. As music, and well, apparently they wanted to have only 2 votes. And before we tried with 20, just for the fun of it. But Chad doesn't like to have fun. Chad doesn't like fun. I forgot to put something in it. I don't know what. Hans Zimmer. Shit. Anyway, to vote, you just type in chat a number between 1 and 9. And it will be like 1 for classic music, 2 for orchestra, 3 for jazz, 4 Stardew Valley, 5 beats, 6 organic house, 7 Lord of the Rings, 8 Final Fantasy, 9 chill hop. You decide. It's up to you. Because you know, this is a democratic stream. This is a very much democratic stream, and I give you the power. You have the power here. You decide what to do every single time. I just do whatever you want, you know, like that's how it works here. Yep. This is everything but democratic. Shut up. What do you mean it's a lie? It is not a lie. What? Anyway, later I have like right now. Oh, I'll tell you already. Okay, so I'll take this time while you spam numbers in chat. So 2nd of January, we have a very cool stream that it's waiting for us. By the way, thank you for the train. I appreciate you again. I really, really do. I appreciate you for the support. Especially because we're over 900 now. 900 subs. Let's go. But on this January 2nd, we have a very special stream. The special stream is gonna be gently in collaboration with Notion, which is so fucking cool. You know that I use Notion on a daily basis, and I was thinking like about doing like a New Year's review with you. And like review the old year and then checking back on what to do for the next year, setting goals, visual board. And I thought like, oh, the coolest tool to use is Notion, right? Like that is the coolest tool that can put all these things together. So like I contacted them. Hello, I would like to do like a collaboration. So like we're gonna be doing that. I'm making like a template that then I'm gonna be sharing with you. Oh, on that video. Obsidian is nice too, true, but I haven't had the occasion to try it yet. I haven't tried. I haven't had the occasion to try Obsidian. I should in the next days for sure. But like for now, I'm using Notion most of the time, so I don't want to like change for now. For now, I feel good with this. Amelie Lens, I know. I had multiple people telling me that I look like her twin, but she's way cooler and has way more rhythm than I do. But anyway, so I'm making like a template with like annual review, visual board, and how is it called? Annual review, goal setting, and all of that. So then we on the 2nd of January, on January 2nd, we can come on stream all together. VPN it's called. We can be on stream all together. I'll share with you the template for free, of course. That's Notion is free. The template was gonna be for free. Everything is gonna be for free. And we work on our goals for the future together, and we check on it together. I'm gonna tell you. I'm also gonna do my annual review with you. So like I'm gonna tell you what I'm most grateful for, my key milestones, and all of that all together. So my mom is screaming. Sorry, she's gossiping and screaming at the same time. Let me close the door. Anyway, better. Sorry. You wanna hear? Shut up. No. Gossiping. Say hi. Yeah, she's fine. It's like she's on the phone. So we will be doing that on the 2nd of January. So we will take like a bit of space, because I know that sometimes it's difficult to like take space for yourself, because at least I constantly feel like I need to be entertained, right? Performance anxiety. Yeah. I finished designing my goals. I'm so nervous to start. I know. That's why we're gonna be doing it. Like we're gonna be doing like small steps. It's gonna be a space. True. I'm missing like a little bit of a space to think, and I need to feel like I need to be entertained and all of that. But I feel like if we do it all together, it's gonna be better. During the 2nd of January, if you wanna come on stream and share too, we can do that too. We can have like a guest star thing again. So I'm just gonna send you the link from Twitch, so you can just join and we can have like conversation, just talking about whatever you're gonna go through, or if you need any tips from the community, like, oh, I realized that I really want to improve on this thing. Do you have any tips? What should I do? And you can come on stream and just share that with everyone. Or if you're just really proud about your vision board, you can show it. I don't think the guest star has a screen share though. Anyway. Oh. Man, you tried. It didn't work, but you tried. So that's what's gonna happen on the January 2nd. So take your phone now. Go on the calendar. And in the calendar, write down January 2nd, 2 p.m. Your phone, yes. 2 p.m. Goal settings with G. Done. Alert 1 hour before, and that's it. Yeah. Anyway, that's it. You'll be at work. Well, I'm gonna record it and I'm gonna put it out I'm gonna put it in. How is it called? YouTube. You wrote on a post-it. That's it. That's okay. You did it. Okay, cool. Anyway, you just missed all of that. Hunt, just write on your phone second. Just put an alarm on your phone 2nd of January. Goal setting with G. Done. Yeah, it's not that you are at work right now. Anyway, chat. Let's get to work. Let's get some stuff done. What you think? Is it time? Is it time to get something done? I will be checking on you in 45 minutes. With the G? Yeah, with the G. I'm gonna check on you in 45 minutes. I'm gonna get just a refill of water. You should also. If you haven't get it yet, go get yourself some water. I'll check in with you later. Enjoying this break? Nice. Oh, 2 p.m. Italian time zone. Sorry, CET time zone. Anyway, I'll check in with you later. Be good, everyone. Welcome to the break. Hi. Welcome back. How are you doing? How is it going? How are you feeling? Welcome to the break. Hello, hello. Have you been productive today? I've been doing so much today. I feel like the fact that I worked for a while with the bad computer, like with the computer not working, and then I had to work with the iPad only and all of that. Like felt I was restraining myself. So today that I was on my full capacity, it was beautiful. I missed working full capacity. Good luck on that stat. Wow, what is the exam about? What is this stat? What is the exam about? A test? Who is doing a test? It is becoming to look like a lot like Christmas. It's like when Goku undressed from the heavy training stuff, exactly like that, exactly like that. That's what I was thinking about. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Yep. Hi, Adam. Hi. Hi, people from TikTok. This last poem was concentrated. It was really concentrated for me, too. All you want for Christmas is wine. Shut up. I mean, for me, this has been super useful. I'm working very much with the like I feel like I did a good part of the template for the 2nd of January. Maybe I could have like focused on something else. Shit, I had a call. Well, that's not on me. Shit, I was so focused that I didn't notice that I had a call. Shit. Fuck. Okay, that's cool. Shit, I forgot, Chad. It's fine. I'm gonna ask them to set up on another day. Yeah. I told you, Chad, if I don't have it on my agenda, it's not gonna happen. Like, I'm sorry, but I feel like my brain is already, like, I'm already overthinking so many things. Like, if I don't have something on my to-do list or on my agenda, it is not gonna happen. I told this... Oh, Adam, I'm not studying anymore. I'm working, actually, right now. What do you study? Like, as... Same for you. And I told them to, like, book it. Such. What do you mean you envy me? What do you mean you envy me? Why? What's happening? Oh. It was like, one of those collaborations calls. It's not like super huge important, but it's bad to not be there, right? You do determination on your... It's not like I'm determined on my to-do list. It's more like if I don't have it, I don't survive. Like, I do have all the alerts and everywhere because I know that my brain will not be able to remember things. Shit. That's how it works. That's how my brain works. I wish I was like, remember Prime. Yeah, I am on Twitch, Adam. I am mainly on Twitch. I feel like, do you remember Prime? He's super good at like not having any kind of agenda or anything like that. And no idea. I could not have anything. Oh, Zeka, sure. There's like a video that I did with the recruiter. You can go check that out. It's a video that I did right there. I need to text them. I really need to text them. Shit. Oh, such. Let me see if there is anything here too. No, nothing. Okay, I just need to. When a client of mine schedules a call, the first thing I want is an appointment on Google Calendar, compulsory. Well, Muchi, I don't know if you know it already, and I'm not sponsored on anything by telling you that. But if you wanna use, we don't have the command anymore for Akiflow. Well, if you wanna check on the, if you check on that. Okay, if you check on that if you search for that name on the internet, that's the thing that I use to like have everything organized. Like I use it for time blocking. Plus, what you can do is like you can send, like you can define slots of time that you open for people to book. Like you say like, oh, from 1 till 6 p.m. people can book a meeting with me. And you say how long the meeting can be, if you're going to have like 15 minutes occupied right after or before. And if you want to send a something like a reminder and all of that. It's like Calendly, if you know that, but it's implemented in Akiflow. And then it will, when people book, we're not sponsored by them. We used to be sponsored by them, but then we did not anymore because apparently we didn't have enough conversions. But so I don't care. I just use it for myself. I don't want people can book a meeting. It will be a mess. I'm around often. Oh yeah, but you decide when. You decide like what slots you can give them. Plus, if you have something else on your agenda, it will automatically not allow people to book you during that time. You don't use that because it's outside your normal usage. That's fine. I'm just gonna tell you. And then, if someone books something, then it automatically creates like a meeting. And it actually automatically creates also a room that you can directly join from the link. I don't know. I find it useful for myself, like especially in this situation. I don't want to like, oh, are you available at 6? No. Can you tomorrow too? Yes. But blah, blah, blah. I just send them the link and I just choose whatever you want. Just choose it from there. I don't care. Meeting alerts auto sync on the cloud. Auto sync on the cloud with what cloud? If you work from home, yes. Yeah, but not only. Like, if you put a meta, if you must meet people, maybe not. Well, no. I feel like if you... Well, I don't know. I find it useful. I'm using it for everything. Also, if I have to meet someone in person, you know? Google Calendar / iCloud Calendar, it does synchronize with that. I think. I'm not sure. We had an activity from the wheel. What was the activity? Oh, the chair stretching. Okay, let me find a video so we can also test the computer. To be honest. Cheers. Office stretching. ! Job if you want to know what I'm doing on a daily basis. Okay, 5 office posture exercises. It's a 6 minutes one. I don't know what I'm gonna show you if I click this link. So let me. Okay, nothing. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Let's go check this one out. Let's do this video, right? Let's do this one. Oh, Pablo, I appreciate you. Anyway, let's check this one out, all right? This is going to help us with our backs.
Hi, I'm Leon from backintelligence.com, and today we have another video from Dr. David Oliver. To give you 4 posture stretches that you can do at your office. Let's get started.
It's a 6
Hey everybody,
minutes, come
Dr.
on.
Oliver here. So
Hi,
what we're
Doc.
going to do today is pretty basic. We're going to go over some
Okay.
stretches you can do at the office
Yeah.
when you're sitting and hopefully when you're standing. We
Shut up,
talked about
chat. If you
before,
do
but
it,
the key
it's
is
gonna
to
be
get up
healthier
and
for you,
move.
and you know that.
And if you don't have a sit-stand desk, try to get up every 30 to 40 minutes max and really get moving. But we're going to show you a couple stretches you can do sitting and standing, and a good routine you can do every hour. So I'm going to show
Every
you 4
hour.
stretches. The first one is going to be sitting. So if you're spending some time sitting, you just can't get up.
You're
It's a good
stretching
opener.
good.
So most of us, when we're sitting and typing, we're working, we're rounded forward. So we're just going to reverse that. Essentially, we're going to open it up. So I'm going to tell you to back your chair up slightly, get to
Yeah.
the edge of your chair,
Yep.
and you're going to take your hands down by your side. You're going to twist and extend down and open. You're actually going to extend your wrist here. So where you should feel the stretch if you're doing it properly is through the hands, all the way up the forearm into your chest. You're going to make sure your head doesn't do this. So
Oh.
we're going to keep that head in a neutral position.
I was doing
We're
that.
gonna
Shit,
go down.
I was doing that.
We're really going to accentuate the stretch through there.
Holy
Hold for a
shit.
few seconds, back
Ah.
off. Do it again. So we're going to do this 5 times. So
5
again,
times?
we're really taking our arms. As we go down, we're opening them up, and we're really
It's actually
extending
feeling
the wrist.
good. It's,
If
who's
you're doing
doing
it
this?
properly, you're going to feel the stretch.
Actually,
even
who
down
is
through
not
here.
doing this?
And again, from your chest all the way down, you might feel a little bit of pinching in your mid-back. That's just
If
you
you're
bringing
doing
the
this,
shoulders
just
together.
type a random
Again,
letter
we're
in
holding that
chat.
for a
If
few
you're doing
seconds
this,
and
type
back
a
off.
random letter in chat.
You can do a minimum of 5 of these. You
Because
can
I
do
know
more
that.
though if you want.
It's actually
After
feeling
you
good on
do
my
that one, if
shoulders.
you have time, get up. So I always like you guys to get up frequently.
Okay.
Anytime you get up from your chair, whether you're sitting for a long time,
Yeah.
you should just do some back extensions.
Yeah, let's
unless
do the
it
back
causes you pain.
extension.
So you're going to start out taking your fists or your hands, put it right on your belt line, and you're just going to extend
this feels
right
like
back.
my grandpa.
You're going to come off of it. You're going to go again. Again, we're going to try to do this one 5 times. You might feel a little pressure down here. That's fine, but if it's causing you pain,
I felt like
that's
my
not
hips
fine. So
cracking.
we're working on extension through here
Oh my god.
5 times. Again, we're spending so much time sitting and rounded forward, we want to extend through.
Oh my goodness.
After the extension, let's deal with the head and neck. What do most people do? We talk about it.
heard
Head's
about
going
the
forward. It's that forward
bones
head carriage we
clicking.
talk a lot about. So we're just going to do basic
You
chin
do
tucks.
this
You're gonna
24/7?
sit there.
Yeah, same actually.
We're going to pack the neck. Good. Again,
We're gonna go.
5 is
Chicken
a good number.
mode.
I'm giving you 5 for all
Chicken
of these.
mode.
5 times sitting, 5 times standing, 5 times with the neck. You can do this one sitting as well. So if you are sitting and you can't get up and you're just doing that after that Brugger's relief position, which is this one, if you want to just work on basic packing,
Go pigeon mode.
do
Pigeon
this one
mode.
sitting too, but I prefer you get up. So that chin tuck exercise is a basic exercise to turn on muscles in the front of your neck here. So you might just feel it packing up in there. Some of you may feel some stretching discomfort up high or here. That's totally fine. We just don't want pain. So if you extend back and you start to feel abnormal pain, just don't push into it. It might not be a good exercise for you. It should just feel weird and a little abnormal. So as you pack back, you feel compression.
You
here,
go
a
from
little
frog
bit of
to
stretch
pigeon.
discomfort in your upper neck or your upper back.
Rub it.
Again, abnormal pain, you
Rub
don't
it.
do it. So after you do your chin tucks, we're going to move on.
Oh,
We'll
this
just
is
do some
good.
side bends. We spend so much
Side
time with it
bends,
sitting.
yeah.
Getting the lateral side or your stretched out is important.
Yes,
and
let's
get
go
it moving,
lateral
essentially.
bends.
So you're going to take your hands, you're going to put it right on your side, and you're just going to work your hand down towards your knee. Go as far as you feel comfortable.
Oh, yeah, shit.
Obviously, you're going to feel this side stretching,
Yeah, I feel this.
and you're going to do
side
5
also.
of them, but you alternate. Do each side
Ooh.
5 times. And go as far as you feel comfortable. Again, pain in your back or pain anywhere that feels abnormal, you don't
I
do
don't
it.
think that I'm supposed to hear.
And you just
feel
stick with
that
the other
much
one.
pain.
So we're just trying to move.
Oh my god. I feel like.
Good. So we're going to go over it again. I'm going to go through all the stretches one time and just show you
Again?
the
We
sequence
just
I
did
want you
it.
to do. So if you're sitting in your chair,
Okay.
get yourself to that edge. We're going to work on that Brugger's relief. We're just going to
Again.
open the wrists up. Good. We're going to do this 5 times.
2.
Really just open it up. Again, we're feeling that strong stretch through the front there. Good. Shoulder blades feel like they're going together. Good. We'll
My,
get
my
one more in
fingers are
there.
hurting.
Good. And then we're going to
5.
stand up. Fists or hands right on your belt line, and we're just going to work on straight
Go.
extension.
Oh, elderly mode.
Again, no pushing the pain. A little soreness is normal, but pain is not normal. We're just trying to extend off that low back.
Showing you all
Good.
this.
Just get some movement out of it. Good.
Look at
Perfect.
how much I
And then we're
can
going to
bend
do the
on
chin
this
tucks
other
too. So
side.
same thing. Packing that neck.
Rub it.
Good.
Rub it. Rub it.
Good.
Rub it.
One more. Good.
Rub
Then we're
it.
going to do a side bend.
Sexy
You're gonna
enough
sit down the
movement.
side, just
And then,
twist down the
wait,
leg.
side bends.
Just try to reach for
I
that
am.
knee.
I unplug the earphones.
Okay, nice and slow with these. Feel a stretch going on the opposite side.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Rub it.
Good. We got one more coming
Rub
up.
it. I like the
Any
rub
of
it.
these, if you want to do more than 5, that's totally fine. If you find one more beneficial or feels better, do it more. So try to do that if you can every 1 to 2 hours. It'll
Thank you,
give
Doc.
you a lot of relief.
All right. Thank you for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed
Bro,
this
why do
video.
you
If
have
did,
even like he has like a microphone, one of those that you put here, like as if he did something. He didn't do shit. Why do you even have that mic? What was the doc using? Oh, the doc was using the same one. Okay, at least. Anyway. Oh. Or dancha. If you like it, do it more. If there's pain, you don't do it. Yeah, he was good. You know what I was thinking? You should invite somebody of us live to do those exercises. Muchi, are you the first one? If you are the first one joining, okay. Yes, let's do it. I got you. Muchi is going to be the very first one to join me in doing this. Muchi is offering himself as a volunteer. He's there volunteering for this. It's fine. Okay. Challenge accepted, for real? You want to come right now on stream? You want to join right now? How do I invite you? Oh. You meant in real life? No. I think that they mean here. You want to see Ank stretching? Where is guest star? Live there. I will, no problem. Okay. Let's see. 2 guests, invite guest, Mochi. Mochi Mac. Should I trust Mochi? Am I trusting Mochi? Should I be trusting them? Should I be trusting Mochi to do the stretches? Just have to connect, Mochi. Just have to connect. Oh, we still have that one on? Oh, there is no more charity. Spotify, it's gone. There we go. You have to start Chrome. Let's go. Start Chrome. We all want to see them stretching. Mods, is Muchi okay? Well, in any case, even if you're showing your PP on stream, I'm not getting banned. Just letting you know. That's how it works now with that. The chair, it's from IKEA, by the way. I think yes. Let's see. Wait. Wait for it, like connecting to your guest. Return now. Wait. I think that you have to reconnect. There was an issue for you to connect. I don't know why. Why I don't have a gaming chair? Because I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I know it takes some time, but it was like it was saying like there was a problem connecting to the guest. Let's see. I think that there's still a problem with it. Yeah, you see, we're having trouble connecting to your guest. Returning guest to queue in 20 seconds. No, I don't want him to go back to the queue. Stay here. Well, chat, if anyone's want to join, okay, if you wanna join, go for it. If you also wanna show yourself stretching, you're welcome to join to us to request to come in. Sure, go for it, Metal. Don't be scared. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Put some more. Don't be shy. I don't know. Oh, Statwa wants to do it? Statwa wants to stretch with us? I can join, but I can't stretch. What do you mean you cannot stretch? Stretch. Request to stretch are open. Join everyone. Oh, hell yeah. Also, DGM Ank. No way. No way. I don't believe this. Wait, let me just go one guest. Two guest. Oh, one guest only. Replace? Yes, replace guest. Is it actually happening? Hey, Hank. Hi.
I just wanted. Well, I have no idea what the request is for. I don't care. I just wanted to test the guest starting.
Well, the requests were to stretch with me live.
Stretch? Are you insane? That's never gonna happen.
Let's go, Hank. Let's stretch. It's easy. It's super easy. It's super easy.
No,
How
no,
long
no,
have you
no.
been on the chair today?
No, I actually went out.
What do you mean you went out? Where did you go?
Yes, like my legs walked on the street.
Where did you go?
Yes. I had a meeting.
Well, then still stretch. It's easy. Put your hands here. And then
And pray.
and then lower down. Like go like this. No, but you should not go up with your neck. Just stay straight and just go.
Please, I'm sorry. Okay.
You do it 5 times? Okay.
Yes.
Do you feel
Yes.
your scapula closing? You're in the
Scapulas.
scapulas. The ones in the back.
Yes, I like it.
Okay. Do you like
What?
okay. Why are you so much in the darkness, by the way?
I live in the darkness.
Okay. Then the next stretch.
Yes.
What is the next one, chat? Do you remember? Oh, yeah, you know this one. Hi, Shin, we're stretching. You know this one. It's for you, this one. It's an old man stretch. You put your fist in the back and you go, ah!
I do it every time I walk. Yes.
Wait, go for it.
Oh, me. Do I have to make the sound as well?
Yes. Okay, 5 times. And then once you've done, you can sit down again and you go for the... You're done.
Okay.
Give us lights. And then you need to go for the frog pigeon move.
Okay.
The frog pigeon move is rabbit. Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Rabbit. I can do the sounds. I'm good with sounds.
Rabbit.
I'm very good with
And
sounds.
then the last one. The last one.
Already the last one?
Yes, already the last one. It's like just
Oh.
a small stretch. And then you go again up.
Yeah.
Hands straight.
Hey.
And you go.
Oh, this is an easy one, of course. Do I have to? Wait, why
I
are you
don't see
making?
at all. I don't see a lot at all. How much are you bending?
Do you have to make the sounds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Good one. Good one. Don't you feel better?
Can I add some
You want-
of mine?
yes.
I like this. No,
Is that a stretch?
that's karate.
Yeah. Wait,
Yes.
do you wanna let me see if let me see if Muchi can actually join us to do his he should also be doing them. Let's see if now it works for him too. 3P. Let's see.
By the way, this thing is cool.
It's not bad. No, Muchi has an issue.
They
Muchi-
added the nickname thing that you wanted.
no, I don't have them on stream. It's only here.
No, that's so bullshit.
Yeah, I know. I know. It is.
Do you want me to have like a? I can add it.
Oh, but also like. Oh, Statua.
Oh, Stato del Cringe is from the past. I know.
Statua. Are you ready?
Hi.
Hi. Are you ready?
Are those Topolinos?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
there's a queen thing. I like it.
Yes.
Statua,
She's around
did you
the
try the
body.
stretch?
Yeah.
Did you like the stretching?
Yes, it was fun.
Do you want to
fun.
show? Do
I
you
can
want to
see
show us
that.
your stretching?
Okay.
Okay. Shall we do it all again, Ank? Or do you have Ank? Do you have another stretching that you know? You were saying like, you know
Well,
that-
we could do this. This is a good one.
Yeah, but that doesn't help when you've been staying on the.
I kind of like it
Oh,
anyway.
Okay.
You go like this and then. Yeah.
Oh my god, my scapula did.
You see? That's a good one.
And usually goes with this one, right?
Yes, that's perfect. That's oh yeah. That's actually so nice.
Yeah.
Oh look, I have lines in my arm. I don't
Good
know
job, Ank.
how to call them.
Good job.
Yes.
Ah.
Oh,
How many
that's
guests can I have? I can have 5 guests. 5 guests.
that's nice.
But the bad part is like oh, maybe I can. No, I cannot really. It's a pain. Well, anyway. That's it.
Then what's this?
This is nothing. Did you?
This
Did you
is
like
your position. Is this your basic position of
This is my
thinking?
angry penguin position. Sato, did you
Angry
work
penguin.
today? Was it good today?
Yes. It was
Yes,
a
have you-
very tiring day.
Really? How many tomatoes were you
Yes.
able to focus for today?
Basically every single tomato.
Me, yeah.
I will get some tomorrow.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, you said what is the exam tomorrow?
Neurology.
Neurology. Fuck.
Mejoyons.
Fuck. Good luck on that.
Do you want
Microbiology.
us to ask you questions
Thanks.
about neurology?
No.
No. You got this. You got this. Let us know how it goes. All right.
Yes.
Good
Sure.
luck on that. Bye, Satwa.
Okay.
Bye. Bye.
Ciao, ciao.
You see, it was not too bad. It was not too bad.
Oh, they are so cute,
They're cute.
and
Thank you.
they are all like, oh, I'm in the screen.
Yes,
all
I know. When they're in chat, they're like, yeah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
you're
in chat they're
you're
like, I'm the
stupid, you
fu- I'm the
troller,
motherfucker, I can
gee,
do
you're
anything."
late, blah, blah, blah. And then,
Yeah.
oh, hi, hello, how are
Yes,
you
so
doing?
now I
Do you know what this means in the sign language, Ank, by the way?
it's is this homosexual sex?
What the fuck? No.
It isn't that how they do it? Oh, don't put the dicks in your.
This is supposed to be, in my situation, it can be used because this means pain.
Oh, you see, well, from I was yeah, I was going for penis.
Okay,
not
okay,
pain.
okay.
He's in the area.
Okay.
You know me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
I'm
know
sorry.
that. I know.
Yeah. I think this was in an acceptable zone of jokes.
Yes.
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 So let me ask you, how did the stream go?
Very well. Thank you for asking. I've been very productive today.
Mhm.
And do you do your year's resolution usually?
I do not. Maybe I should.
January 2nd, I will have a stream provided by also Notion, and it's gonna be about doing New Year's resolutions. And then we're gonna set up that. We're gonna talk about the last year and blah blah blah. You should join. If you need any help with that, we will be there.
In joining chat, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Of course. You know I like your streams.
Okay.
What?
It's fine. It's fine.
What? Chat, what is this reaction? Like, I'm here. It's true. She's one of my 4 most followed channels. The other ones are Paolo, Omi, and Kaidral.
Okay. Get some lights.
I have lights. I just don't want to use them.
It's
But
fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. No. You can turn them off. You can turn them off. Oh my. I'm joking.
thank you
I'm
for
joking.
always being so gentle.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Well,
Is
and
there any other stretcher?
oh, true. Anyone else wants to stretch? The requests are still open. Anyway, how was the presentation today? How did it go?
It was just a meeting, not really a presentation. But it was interesting with some people from the Department of Philosophy.
You in philosophy?
Well, yeah, as a researcher, I collaborate. I do things with many departments, such as historic things and philosophical things and economics, lawyers. Everybody needs a good,
Lawyer?
yeah, always. Yeah, I'm
stretch. Yeah. What?
philosophy. It's not philosophy, is it? Yeah, it's philosophy. No, I'm trying to save some money on because my bills are insane.
Still?
So, no. Now they are still very high, but reasonably high.
Could Aya stretch too? Aya doesn't want to be shown on stream. We understood that.
Come
Chat.
on.
She doesn't like us. She doesn't like us enough.
No, puraria. Come on.
Muchi is actually. Let's see if Muchi can. Let's see if now it works. It.
Yep.
No. Saj. Poor Muchi. Anyway. Well, Ank, thank you. Do you like guest star? Do you like it? How are you
Yeah, it's
finding it?
nice. It's
How is it from a viewer point of view? How is it?
I think it's kind of the same as yours. Like I
Yeah.
have the 2 things. The chat is integrated, which is nice.
Oh yeah, but you cannot type, can't you?
Or maybe I can wait, because the window is fucked up. No, I can't. That's what? Why?
I don't know.
Well, maybe I can,
that's
but
something that they said that you cannot type in chat while being there, while being in.
actually I can.
From where?
From this very window.
Oh really? Okay,
Yeah.
then it's okay.
But they just made an upgrade, so maybe,
Maybe
it's
that's
about
it.
that. Yeah.
I actually want to call them to have to give them some feedbacks. I know that feedbacks are always well wanted, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. It seems pretty easy for a user, and now it should work also from mobile, which I think a lot of users like. Chat.
Yeah.
How many of you usually use Twitch on mobile? Although in your stream, I guess it's mostly from computers because they are working at the same time, right? So.
Yeah, but sometimes people keep their phone on the sides and then they keep using doing other things.
Never.
Never.
I don't.
Mobile
Is
is
that
Adele.
That's something I've heard.
Twitch mobile sucks. It's a pain because you cannot keep it in the background. Like you can, but then you have this little window, at least like on the iPad, that it's everywhere and every time like nah.
Is it only on the original iPad or also on your special iPad version? Can I see it properly?
It's
It's so bent. But and
like,
on the other
but you
side,
know what? When you're typing, it's so much more like it's so much better because like it's more ergonomic.
yeah, let's call Steve Jobs. And
They should actually make it like this because like this, your hands are like more like it's like this, like it's a joypad, joystick, you know, like
it's enhanced, like they're saying. in
yeah,
chat.
yeah.
But have you ever tried? Like, can you turn it on the other side? Is it? No, I mean the other. No, I mean is it no? Turn. Yeah, that one seems okay. So it's just one side.
That's what I'm saying because it's like this only one side. It's so much better.
So much better. I would. Okay.
This
But-
is what happens when I fall asleep watching TikToks. I'm not watching TikToks. I'm watching like cartoons on the iPad while falling asleep.
Yeah, I feel like since I've slept many times in the same area
Okay.
with you, I know that you tend to iPad off your night, and I'm pretty sure that at some point you decided to just go bam like that
Nah.
on it
No.
while
no.
you were sleeping. Yeah.
No, no. I tried to pass the karate test with the iPad. What the? Oh my god, I'm hungry. Well, Ank, I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's time. I'm gonna go. No, I'm going. I don't want to be here where you're hungry.
Thank you for joining in for the stretching.
Thank you. Bye bye, chat. Bye bye, Jim.
Bye.
Love to everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. There we go, chat. Back to being us. I'm super hungry. I'm very, very hungry. How was your day? You know what we should do? You know what we should do? We should have these more often. Not with, like, yeah, okay, with Ank too. But with you, like, I want you to come back. Like, I want you to join stream and just say, oh, we did good. It was bad. Today was blah. What happened? And we can have, like, a little bit of, like, our little pub. Because I can have up to 5 people. So we can have a little pub at the end of the day. Or we chit if I'm not too hungry. You can interview. You can just, come in here and talk to us. Like an after work meeting, yeah. Like when you have like a beer with your friends after work. That's the same. We can have a little bit of like chit chat. What did you do? What did you learn today? Did you get something good? Did you get something bad? And you tell us like gossip about, oh, there was this person that I hate so much. And then the day after, oh, do you still hate them? What happened? And all of that. Can we drink in VC? Yeah, you can drink on Twitch as long as it's not like, you cannot do like Pub of the Friends. No, I'm not gonna call Pub of the Friends. As long as you're not doing like you cannot do like one sub, one shot. You cannot do those things. Yeah, you can drink and you can be drunk if you want to, as long as you're not doing like for money. You cannot do it like as that, Yeah, you cannot drink for subs. You cannot do like, oh, every $1 I'll drink. Like you cannot do that, That is, apart from that, you can do whatever with alcohol. And as long as you're not telling people, oh, everyone just Central Perk. Oh my god, I'm gonna make. Oh, okay. You know what is gonna happen tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm gonna move aside every single thing that I have to do, and I'm gonna be doing a Central Perk overlay. And I'm gonna make a Central Perk overlay where I'll be up here and I'll make like everyone Easy Friends reference. Yes, I'm gonna put you all on a sofa. Oh my god, look what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get like a Central Perk images. Oh, it actually exists, the Central Perk. I'm gonna put out a picture of the set, and I'm gonna put every single one person in a specific spot of it, and you're gonna be talking from it. You're gonna be talking from that spot. Anyway, that's what I will be doing. It exists. I didn't know. I didn't know it existed. Okay, that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow, I guess. Nice. Good choice for me. Good choice for me. Now we just need people that want to come on camera. Yeah, it's gonna be. Tomorrow's the only day I can't use Twitch after 6. It's fine, Kanka. Yeah, for sure there is the old set in a studio in the US. But I see that there is also like places where you can go that they just replicated it. I could easily find a way. Easy. Anyway, chat, I'm starting to feel very hungry, I have to be honest. Wait, I saw that there is Prime went live. Let's share some love with Prime. Alright, let's go get some coding shit done with him. If you need energy, you know that is the place to go. I super duper appreciate you. Wait, let me say bye to people from TikTok. If you're from TikTok, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. I'll see you all tomorrow at 11 or something like that. That's bye TikTok. Okay. Where did it go? Oh my god. I cannot close TikTok. I'm gonna have to force it. Anyway, chat. From everyone here on Twitch, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. I'll see you all tomorrow around 11. All right? End task. End task. Okay. Around 11 a.m. I found a boyfriend. Usually you're very often you're absent because of that. Am I absent, chat? I don't think so. Anyway, plus I don't have. If you find one to bring for Christmas so I can tell my parents I'm not alone, that would be lovely. Anyway, chat, I love you so much. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a beautiful rest of your evening. Take a beautiful rest. Drink water. I don't know. Hug your cat and whoever you want. I'll see you all tomorrow. Be good.